she has a lot that she is attending to. So she might not be with us this evening, which is understandable. All right. I think I saw Rob Gear join. I can't tell because there's my phone. Rob, are you here? Rob Gear? No, that was just Robert's iPad. We'll wait one more minute.
That's not.
Marcia Calloway may be absent this evening, and then Rob Gear I haven't heard from, so hopefully he will join us shortly. This is a remote-only meeting in accordance to the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, which means there is no physical location that can be attended concurrently. We'll take public comments for all items on the agenda. I ask that folks be respectful and be conscientious of the fact that we have a very packed agenda, and we love to hear from everyone, but please structure your comments reflecting that knowledge that we have a full agenda to do the business of the town. Okay, Rob, let me find you to bring you over. And then while I'm doing that, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
Second.
Okay. Made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, next is, it's great, the agenda is approved. Next is public participation. So go ahead, we'll take comments for items not on the agenda. And it is during public comment, we listen, we have the benefit of hearing from the community. You won't necessarily hear us respond. So questions will be inherently taken as rhetorical, just how it works, but that doesn't, there's no reason to not believe that the board wouldn't take your comments under advisement for future work, including future agenda items. Okay, so the first hand I saw was Stuart Richards. I'm bringing you over, and Marcia just joined us, so I will bring her over. Go ahead, Stuart. Would you like to make a public comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Stuart Richards, 82 Elm Street. Good evening, Roger, Marcia, Robert, Mary, and Aaron. I must say your lack of transparency regarding Norwich's many problems is deeply disturbing. There's a disregard for the public's right to know important information. You're certainly aware that 36 employees have left Norwich and that 13 of them were police, DPW workers, or in the finance department. Many of these same people left for lower paying jobs or without having a job to go to. You well know that we have one police officer who is working 70 hours a week when we should have 4 policemen. You well know that we are short of Department of Public Works personnel, so that we're forced to contract out snow plowing instead of doing it with our own employees. This is a situation that you have created, and we have a problem. It appears that the taxpayers' money, our money, is no object when it comes to lawsuits. You've spent $56,000 on an open meeting lawsuit. which could cost as much as $100,000. And you've been unwilling to talk to Chris Kentucky, who filed the lawsuit. You're already spending money on lawyers to make sure that various public records are not available to the public. You've also created a slush fund with all the employee unpaid wages instead of returning it to the taxpayers. Why? So far, you've not released the full HR Happens contract, and you've not informed the public that HR Happens has been paid at least $3,900, and most importantly, that HR Happens tendered a report which has not been released. Why are you keeping this information from the public? Perhaps the report talks about the toxic work environment in Norwich. Maybe that's why it hasn't been released. It's high time that you acknowledge what employees have been saying, that they have been harassed, yelled at, brought to tears, and that there's a hostile work environment in Norwich. There's currently a Public Records Act request in 15 parts. You've only answered a few of these requests, and those requests that you've answered are only, in most cases, only half answered. Since last August, there's been a need for exit interviews. You haven't done that. Since last August, there's been a need for a recruitment strategy. You don't have one. Since last August, there's been a need for comparable pay scales in the surrounding area so that Norwich employees can be properly compensated. But you haven't done that either. I again request that you have a special meeting, a question and answer meeting, face to face, so that the public can be informed. Your lack of transparency is troubling. It's time to provide information for the taxpayers of Norwich. You need to answer their questions, our questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Stuart. As I said, we'll take public comment. We won't comment back, and so I won't use this period of time to refute inaccuracies or misrepresentation. All right, we're just going to listen to our public and take public comments. That is what the agenda item calls for. The next public comment is Robert Kramer.
Hi, Chairman. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I live at 550 New Boston Road, and I am speaking on behalf of agenda item regarding the renovation of Girard Field. So I've been coaching Norwich baseball for 10 years and basketball, following in the footsteps of Coach John Girard. We've been taking care of the field during that time since John passed away. It's been at least 10 years since the field has been renovated. And, as you all know, we live in Vermont, and the hard winters and freeze-thaw cycles do significant damage to the field. And so this past spring, we were told by fellow towns that they probably would not be able to come play us, the kids, next spring if our field wasn't put it back into shape. And so the real issue here is a safety issue as the field becomes undulating. The ground balls, the balls that are hit, they bounce all over the place and kids can get hurt. So my understanding is funds are available through the Girard Fund to renovate this field. A contractor has bid. The contractor is highly qualified, that works on Major League Baseball fields in Florida in the spring. And so I just encourage the Select Board to approve the renovation of Girard Field so our kids can play baseball this spring again against Hanover, Lebanon, Hartford, all the fellow towns. And if you have any further questions, we are happy to answer them. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Robert. There's an agenda item with a recommendation that the board will take up later. I think the next person that I had was Gretchen. So go ahead, Gretchen. I'll move you over. And Gretchen, if you're struggling to unmute yourself, I'm looking for you now to provide some assistance. Okay, so you're still on mute, so go ahead. Brought you over. I'm going to ask to unmute, all right? So I just asked you to unmute. So maybe it'll pop up on your screen. Okay, so Gretchen, don't worry. I'm gonna take some, in the interest of time, I'm gonna take some other public comments, but I promise to come back to you, and then we'll work together on unmuting yourself. Okay? I know that you hear me. You're nodding, which is great. So I think Michael Costa was next.
I've already spoken.
That was Daniel.
I know.
Hi. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the rest of the select board. I know there's an agenda item about the renovation of Girard Field. I too have kids that I have to take care of, so I'm not totally sure I'll be here for that, though my kids are older and not quite as cute as the chair's baby. I would just say that I live at 40 Sunback Lane. I have two kids, Lincoln and Quincy. When we moved to Norwich, we were really excited to move here. We did not know that our favorite part of moving here would be Norwich baseball, not just for the baseball, but because of the sense of community and cohesion that we would find for our kids and for ourselves. And Girard Field is a huge part of that. And so, I, along with 47 other Norwich residents, had sent a letter to the town manager and to the rec director and the DPW director saying, please consider using the Girard Fund to renovate Girard Field. It's good for the kids' physical health, it's good for the kids' mental health, and it's great for bringing community together. And it's really one of the only times that the kids get to put on the Norwich jersey. And while it will only last a minute now, it's something they'll never forget as they get older. And so I hope to be around for the later agenda item and happy to answer any questions you may have, but would encourage you to take this timely opportunity to improve an enormous asset for the town, which is that piece of Huntley Meadow. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your public comment. Thank you, Michael. And apologies. I'm doing an order of appearance. I believe Deb Martin, you were next. Thanks for adding your road, some Turnpike Road pride. Hello, go ahead. You're on mute.
Hi, I think Demo is actually before me, but I'll go ahead anyways, if that's okay with you. Okay.
Yes.
All right. My name's Deb Martin. I live on Turnpike Road. I've been a taxpayer in Norwich since 1977, back when Janet Pierce was the town clerk and life was quite different than it is today. I voted for all of you on the select board. I'm really disappointed though in what's happening with the mass exodus of employees in town. Some of them have been, I think, even multi-generation employees of the town. It's really shameful, and it should not take $100,000 study to figure out what's wrong. I think, as I said in the listserv, the buck stops at the top. And as my husband says, people don't quit their jobs because they hate their jobs. They quit because they hate their managers. I don't know this manager, but I have to think it's not a coincidence that 36 people have left in the 1 year that he's been in office. So that's what I have to say. And I hope that you will take it seriously and do something about it. This is really, really bad. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. Gretchen, you offered a wow when you heard 1977, I believe. So I believe you're unmuted. So I'm going to go ahead and let you make your public comment. If that's okay. Now
Thank you. Thank you, because I finally figured it out. At any rate, I live on 488 New Boston Road, and apparently the town sent my mortgage company the tax bill before my discount came in from the state. And I have been mortally wounded by this error. I'm not pointing any fingers. I don't know where it is, but I need to have it fixed.
Right.
And I was told that I could not get a refund, and I don't know.
So Gretchen, thank you very much for, I don't mean to interrupt your public comment, but thank you very much. This is actually our town manager. This is an agenda item. We're going to hear an update on this.
I hear it. Yes, I know.
So we will be briefed and hope to learn more, but thank you for.
And I'm assuming I'm not the only one.
Indeed, that's why we're going to learn more. So thank you, Gretchen, for coming. Did you, I don't mean to interrupt. Did you finish your public comment?
I have nothing more to say.
Okay.
I don't have any children on the field or anything like that.
Okay. Well, thank you. All right. Demo, I think you're next, right?
If you say so, I am. Thank you. First of all, I want to take a moment to thank Officer Anna Ingraham for the job that she's doing for the town and keeping things together, keeping things going and working the hours that she's working. I hope she gets some relief soon. So Anna, congratulations on the job you're doing. Thank you for taking the time to be a select board member. It is a very difficult position because you have to make decisions that affect the community in many ways. And I also say that about the town manager as well. We've had several town managers in the past few years alone, and it's not a very easy job to do. So thank you for the job that you do. Some will be pleased with decisions made by the board and others will not. And so it goes. That is a democracy, I guess. There are many in the community who are looking for answers to several questions regarding day-to-day basic services in Norwich. There are others who want to know why there appears to be a revolving door in Norwich, as several employees have left. I didn't have the number of 36 until after I wrote this, so forgive me.
Not a correct one, don't worry. Go ahead.
And still there are questions about the working environment in Norwich when these employees left. A HR consultant was hired and a study was done, but do we have any results / answers from that study that you could share with us tonight? I already know my answer. This is just a public comment, so you're probably not going to, and I understand that. It appears from what I read in the agenda and select board packet, we may have some answers to some of the questions in tonight's town manager's report. I thank you for that. This would sure help keep things more transparent. And I do realize that you may not be legally able to give the information to us yet, but please keep us in the loop and do so soon. Now my questions, please, and feel free to answer, even though it is a public comment. It would sure make me happier than just saying, again, thank you for your comment. Number one, how many total candidates applied for the police chief position? And you can choose to answer or take the fifth, I don't know. Anybody want to answer? No? Okay.
We're listening. It's public comment.
Okay. Was there a screening / interview committee and who was on it? How many applicants have applied for the 2 vacant police officer positions? Where were those advertised? Have we made any progress on the 3 positions in the DPW? And where have those positions been advertised also? I realize that we may have to contract out DPW services this winter, and I did see in the packet that we're in the process of doing that. If employees are not hired soon, will that cost the town more money? And won't we lose that local control of our DPW department? In closing, please let us know tonight when you might be able, and this is very important to me and I know to many, many others, and I hope that you can do that. In closing, please let us know tonight when you might be able to schedule a question and answer session as an agenda item. This has been done in the past with previous select boards and was very productive and informative. It also keeps the lines of communication open and certainly improves transparency. Thank you so much for the job you do, and I just hope that we can all get some better basic services than what we're getting right now. Thank you.
Okay. You. Next, I think was Manu. I'm sorry, I don't. Again, the hands appear. Go ahead.
Hi, Manu Tessone, 428 Hawk Pine. I just very quickly want to thank Officer Ingraham and let her know that while it may not seem like it day to day from what we can see in the lack of communication from the select board, you have a lot of support in this town and a lot of people are working hard to make sure that this is fixed. And so we hope that you will stick around. We appreciate everything you're doing. And I can say that hopefully very soon, we're going to make sure this is fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. Just as a reminder, procedurally, please direct your comments to me as chair.
I understand. I choose to address Officer Ingraham directly.
And our rules of procedure ask that you address your comments to the chair, which, okay, I understand. That's the rules, I don't make them, but thank you. I understand the rules. Thank you.
So
general reminder for all folks. All right. So the next person, I believe, was Cheryl Lindbergh.
Hi, Cheryl Lindbergh. I now have two comments. I was only going to make one. First, I'd like to make a comment as a Board of Lister for the town of Norwich, and just let you know that the listers were disappointed that the RFP that we sent to the select board didn't make it onto this agenda, and we're not clear why, but we did review it today at our meeting. And we found a few things that we're going to tweak, and we will be sending along another copy to the select board. And with the deadlines that we're headed towards, we know that you're not going to give us an answer, perhaps, but we hope it's on your agenda for the next meeting. That's our hope. The other comment I would like to make is as treasurer for the town, and that comment is to do with the item on the agenda for the Girard Fund. As I have said in the past, and I will continue to repeat, funds are set up for specific purposes. And that fund was set up long ago with a specific purpose, and that's how reserves are supposed to operate. And I recall the purpose of this Girard Fund, and it was not for things like field improvements. That said, I'm not in disagreement with field improvements. Don't get me wrong. But I do want to state to the select board that reserves have a specific purpose, and that's what should be spent from those funds. And I wanted to share that comment. Thank you.
We'll be clarifying we'll be clarifying that in the agenda item. Thank you, Cheryl. All right, who's next? I believe Jan was next.
Thank you. Jan Lusborough, 95 Upper Pasture Road. So the draft minutes for the 8:10 meeting were incorrect with regards to a statement I made in the public comment period. Rather than try to correct those minutes, which the select board has been reluctant to do in the past, I submitted this statement into the packet. I missed the deadline for this meeting, so I will read it in this meeting, and it will be in the packet next meeting. We have an ongoing serious problem with the work environment for our town employees. It requires an effective and equitable response implemented in a professional and legally defensible manner. The complaints need to be investigated and the problems remedied. The most basic HR practices require that any HR investigation be conducted by a neutral third party who collects information from everyone involved in a manner where everyone is able to speak without the slightest fear of retribution. This requires that no one with any interest in the findings is involved in the investigation. To have them involved would be an obvious conflict of interest and make it impossible to get honest and complete feedback to deal with the real issues. I ask that the select board commit to this simple policy of basic HR practice, and that they state that only neutral parties will be involved in the investigation and correction of our serious employee concerns. Rod Francis is not a neutral party in these matters.
Please post your comment to the chair. Please avoid personal attacks.
And following these standard practices should not participate in the investigation, including executive session conversations of these issues. It is inappropriate and gives the appearance of a conflict of interest in these important proceedings. As of the present moment, the problems are not fixed. Recent conversations with town employees make it clear that whatever is being done by the select board and their consultant has not solved the problem. We are many months into this, as the HR consultants were hired in April. The current methods are not solving the problem. We need to change the methods while using standard and fair HR practices. Thank you.
Next is Tracy Hayes.
Hi, good evening.
Hey.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm sorry I have to run. But I wanted to thank you all for all the work that you're doing. And I wanted to say that to the select board that I wanted to thank, as you all know, Demo has been out on the crossing. I've been a crossing guard that's been in since November, and I definitely appreciate all the community uplift that the crossing guards get, and also just Demo and Norm's dedication over the years. I just wanted to let people know that if a crossing guard isn't there, then it is the police department that fills in. So right now we are short crossing guards, and that's a real, I want to make a plug for being a crossing guard. It's a lovely position. You have a real connection and meaningful connection to the community. And that would be a meaningful way to support our police department. So I just wanted to voice that, and thank you for continuing to work on the recruitment and retention and also work environment issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, for your work as a crossing guard. I love waving to you. Thank you. All right. Peter Orner, I think you're next, and then I'm going to move on with our agenda with thanks.
Thank you, Roger. Speaking of crossing guards, Demo had an idea that he presented in his blog a few weeks ago, I think, about bringing back, and I apologize if this has already been brought up, but I just jumped on the call, bringing back a question and answer session where we can have direct answers and not just rhetorical questions, but actually a exchange of dialogue. That's how democracy works. We exchange ideas and we communicate with each other. We don't just speak into a void and then expect maybe something to happen sometime down the line. We want to have some interchange in the way the town is governed. And it seems pretty clear that there's some issues. I'm not somebody who I don't find myself often agreeing with Stuart Richards, put it that way, but I absolutely wholeheartedly agree that he's got some very legitimate questions that we need to have answered. And I think it was mentioned a few months ago and we were assured that we did not have a toxic or hostile work environment in Norwich. I think we need that assertion again. And if it's not the case, then we need to know. I want to shift just briefly to the Moore Lane Bridge, which I don't know. And this is my question, Roger, and if you could help me out, like, when is the time for a substantive conversation about issues? And I believe it's in the town manager's report. So is that when I should talk about that, or is now the time? I'm always a little bit confused about when we can ask a substantive question and at least get some attempt at a substantive conversation back. That's what I appreciate knowing. Can I ask that question, or is that going to be rhetorical?
So if you would like to finish your public comment now, that's fine. But we will have an update on the Moore Lane Bridge, okay. Which may invite you to make a public comment during that period, because we take public comment on all agenda items.
Gotcha.
Then, right? And then often if you address your comment to me as chair, then depending on things like time and board discussion, I will then direct the town manager to answer it. And this is not... This is just how it works, right?
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
I appreciate the clarification. Here, my comment is that the town has put out bids for a permanent containment structure that's going to contain significantly hazardous chemicals, which have been an independent analyst described as significantly hazardous chemicals leaching off of the Moore Lane Bridge into the Bloody Brook. It's been ongoing for a number of years. And unfortunately, all the attempts that the town has made have failed. Now, to consider a permanent containment structure where this chemical, which continues to come off the bridge in large amounts, is now going to be contained indefinitely, seems to me tantamount to creating a kind of a toxic, hazardous hazmat site under the Bourne Lane Bridge, where kids play and science classes come and people walk through, and it's right near Huntley Meadow. So I think that at the very least, I would ask the board to consider pausing on that bid so that we can learn a lot more about what's going on that bridge and the chemicals that are in danger to public health and certainly danger to wildlife and fish. I watched the fish swimming around in the emulsion chemicals. They seem to actually be attracted to it, which is a little scary. I have 3 very specific questions that I have put to the select board, which I will hold, but you all have them. I sent them to you, and I put them on the listserv because I'm just waiting for some interaction. That's all. I will stand down. Thanks, Roger.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. And as I said, the town manager will report on how we are complying with state regulations and requirements to the Moore Lane Bridge during his report. All right. So I'm going to move on. Is it okay? The next is the errors and omissions request, the E and O to the grant list. So thank you everyone for participating. We really appreciate it. So for this next agenda item, can we begin with a motion? Mary, can you do that for us?
Sure. I move to approve amending the 2022 grand list to correct an omission, accepting an exemption for a qualified disabled veteran, which will result in a total exemption of $40,000 being applied to a Norwich parcel.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, made by Mary, seconded by Rob. So there was a very clear, as previous, there's a very clear memo by the listers in the packet. So I would like to actually just call the question because it was clear and helpful. Is that okay? Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you.
I did have one question.
Okay, go ahead.
Does this resolve the situation of the person who spoke during the public comments, or does that need a different follow? That's different.
That's next.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So we resolved the A&O. Thank you. The next agenda item is the tax due dates and homestead declaration administrative complex. Okay, so I believe this is a discussion. This is a discussion item. So Rod, would you like to orient us in this agenda item, or should I be turning to someone else?
Let me just queue up Fielding, who's going to speak in more detail on this question. But thank you, Roger. So for those of you who are not aware, one of the unique factors about Norwich is that it has a different tax collection calendar from almost every other town in the state. The tax collection date for the first tax collection in July is significantly earlier than almost every other town. Most other towns do it in September. So there's a big difference there. There's a couple of complicating factors for that unfortunately play out really badly for people who are entitled to rebates due to income sensitivity. And there are a large number of people in Norwich that qualify for that. So the state is operating on the assumption that people are going to get their tax bills in September or late August, not in July. And so they're not in a position to process the rebate amounts and send and make those arrangements and put them in place prior to Norwich taxpayers actually paying. So Fielding's going to go into more detail about what the legal constraints for us are and the way that interacts negatively with the calendar. And our purpose coming before you tonight was to attempt to explain this process, which is arcane and fairly complex, but disadvantages a large number of people who are eligible for income-sensitive tax rebates or other rebates. And so what we would want to do is discuss the issue here and then proceed to encourage the board to approve an item on the warrant for the forthcoming town meeting to change the collection dates for taxes so that we don't run into this problem again. So I'm going to pass it over to Fielding, and he's going to explain the sequence here and why it's problematic.
Marcia, I would like to hear like the whole context about the problem before we ask questions about it. Okay, so please hold your question or comment. Go ahead, Fielding.
Thanks, Roger. I do apologize. There's a lot of moving parts and kind of inside baseball that go into this problem. But I think I can condense it so you understand the meat and potatoes. The big issue comes to the statutory requirement. We have to provide 30 days notice of the tax bills, effectively, and the tax amounts due to the taxpayer prior to the initial first half payment. This year, the first payment was due on 8/12, as I'm sure all of you know. And that required us to send notice and send the tax bills out at least 30 days prior to that date. This year, they were mailed out on 7/8 after being calculated the day before during a special meeting. Where the state education tax payments come in is we do not receive, and actually the town does not receive these payments at all. They go directly to the school district, but those payments are not remitted until 7/14 this year, but about mid-July every year at the earliest. The result is this issue is pretty much confined to those who escrow their mortgage or have a mortgage and then are either forced to or elect to escrow their tax payments through their mortgage servicer. The result being of receiving these state income tax payments or state education tax payments in mid-July, but the 30-day requirement means that we are remitting or notifying mortgage servicers prior to receiving any state education tax payments. This results in a higher amount being shown due to the mortgage servicer, which they then pass along to the taxpayer. The effect of this is it basically, if anyone's ever escrowed their mortgage, it raises their mortgage their monthly payment, the cumulative monthly payment that they have to pay for that year, effectively negating the benefit of having state education tax payment made. Now, the taxpayer does ultimately get this amount refunded, but it can take upwards of well over a year before they see that money back. It creates some other ancillary issues, notably if there are any, the state also can be late. They don't remit everything on 7/14, but if there are any adjustments due to current use, if there was a change in their homestead declaration, therefore their education tax rate, a lot of those revisions will come in, and we've had over 100 this year, will come in after that 7/14 notification date. That then has effects in terms of whether they've paid in full or not. The big one being the switch between a non-homestead and a homestead education tax rate. That can create interest and penalties that will accrue for the taxpayer. As Gretchen mentioned earlier, it can create an issue where the mortgage servicer will pay the first half in full. We'll then receive, or the school district will then receive the state education tax payment on behalf of the state. But the taxpayer is left paying that full amount regardless. Most of the time, they're not prepared to do this. You can imagine in a town like Norwich, we've all seen the tax bills that you are all responsible for paying. They're not insignificant, and it's a not insignificant cost to the taxpayer that they are forced to bear the burden of ultimately. It does create this issue as well, and I've spoken with our auditor about this, and they feel uncomfortable where, and neither does our policy really dictate our capability to do this, where we cannot issue refunds of tax payments received. Effectively, those amounts are still due to the town. They're just effectively prepaid. So the mortgage service will pay the full 50%. Will then receive a tax payment or an education state tax payment from the state, which then gets applied towards their second half payment. Money's still ultimately due to the town, but the taxpayer receives no benefit immediately for that education tax payment there, and nor do I really have any capability currently to assist them in that. The solution to this ultimately rests in our tax due dates. If we were to push our tax due date back from August 12th to either mid-September or the end of September, that would eliminate 90% of these issues. It would basically be relegated to anyone who late filed their homestead declaration, which the state takes even longer to notify us on. But this would solve 90% of the issues and allow the taxpayer, allow that state education tax payment to be reflected on their balance. That would be notified to the mortgage servicer, and then their mortgage payment would not be recalculated, or their escrow payment would not be recalculated at that time. That allows them to take advantage of the state education credit that they receive in the year in which it should be applied.
Okay. Marcia, I know Marcia had a question. Thank you, Fielding, as well. So what are you doing? You obviously, you gave us information. There's a long-term recommendation. What are you doing? What are you doing now to address this problem? What communication? How are you advising taxpayers who have been in this situation? What is it that you have been telling them? Can you please, people, so that can you tell the board directly what you have told taxpayers who are in this situation?
So right now, my hands are effectively tied. The taxes are ultimately still due to the town. The education tax payments we don't actually receive. So I'm effectively, stuck between a rock and a hard place, where a taxpayer who is struggling, or was not expecting to have this increased bill, is requesting a refund of the overpayment of their first 50%. However, the town does not actually receive those funds. They go directly to the school district. We are also statutorily required to remit the education tax portion of what we do receive from the mortgage servicer to the school district within 20 days. So if I was to refund this 50% overpayment, I've effectively had to pay the school district for that. The school district's already received their payment as well, and then the town will be fronting this back to the taxpayer for at least 6 months. As I mentioned before, I did run this by our new auditor, and they do not feel comfortable with that arrangement if we were to proceed with that. So effectively, I'm stuck.
Just to be clear, I understand that. We understand that. Thank you. And so what are you telling taxpayers? You're saying you're treating their overpayment as a credit for future taxes. Is that what I'm hearing?
So to be clear, it's not actually an overpayment, although in some instances, which is very rare, it does create an overpayment where they receive such a substantial state education payment that it would pay effectively their 250% due that would be calculated. The delta there, that is a rare occurrence. But in most instances, the payment is effectively applied towards the second half payment, which is still due to the town. They've effectively prepaid their second half payment.
Okay. All right. I understand. That's all right. Thank you. Do board members have any questions? Do we all understand? Go ahead, Marcia.
Thanks. Finally. So my first question was, why hasn't this come up in prior years? I haven't heard this before.
Why don't you ask your second question, and then we'll do a round of questions, and then we'll get a round of answers.
Okay. And the connection, I'm sorry, Fielding, was pretty poor, so I was catching almost every third word. But
sounds like you're talking about a refund from the state, which you can't do anything about, but you're also talking about treating this as a prepayment for the next tax bill, which I remember distinctly a couple of meetings ago. I think somebody had an issue, and we were told that the auditors said that we couldn't have prepayments. So I'm not understanding what's the distinction and why we can have a prepayment for one fact pattern and not for another fact pattern.
Okay.
So let's like get more questions. We're gonna do a round of questions, and then, so are you noting? I can help you with noting the questions, but go ahead, Aaron. Do you have your hand up?
Yeah, my concern would be, or question would be, if we did change the tax dates, I mean, what's the historical reason we had an earlier tax date, and would there be other consequences, like something timing with transferring the money to the school board or whatever? Would there be down the road consequences for having a later tax collection date?
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mary.
If we did go along with pushing the tax due date into mid-September or late September, as recommended by Fielding, would that change the collateralization agreement, or would it ease that situation? I guess it's the cash flow to the school district. So it may be, maybe a similar question to what Aaron is asking.
Okay, great. So, Fielding, why don't you go with the question? Why don't you answer the question that Marcia asked? Why hasn't this come up before? What is new? Is it just that we've had the benefit of full-time staffing in the finance office, or is there other information that you can share with us on the historical reasons?
So, to the best of my knowledge, the prior person in the finance office was not a finance director. They were fulfilling the entire office responsibilities from the finance assistant chair, and was effectively making these refunds at their own discretion. Now, our policy doesn't allow for that, and our new auditor does not agree that we have the ability to refund tax payments that are due to the town. They are ultimately owed to the town. They are due by a certain date, but the auditor does not feel comfortable refunding those amounts inner year to help the cash flow of the taxpayer.
Okay, so Fielding, I'm going to restate what you said because we're having a hard time hearing you, and so you can sort of like correct me if my summary is not accurate. So basically, the practice of refunding in the past was a result of not having the full benefit, the full cadre, if you will, of a finance office. Someone in a finance assistant role was fulfilling like wider director level duties, and with their discretion, made these credits when financial policy and other matters didn't necessarily allow for it. Is that a good summary?
It is, correct.
Great. Okay. Marcia, does that answer part of your question? Or mute?
Sorry. It answers part of it. I just want to know why people haven't been, burned by this and complained because they were having to pay more money that they didn't have.
I can't speak to taxpayer situations prior to my time here. What I'm relaying is the feedback that I've received over this past 2 months, and it has been substantial. And so I hesitate to speak for taxpayers prior to my tenure. But what I am relaying to you is what I have heard this year during this tax season. To answer your second question, Marcia, this differs from a prior scenario in that effectively these payments are still being applied prior to the final due date of taxes. The issue that we spoke about a couple of meetings ago was about a payment plan that resulted in payments continuing to be made on a monthly basis, specifically after that fiscal year's tax bill had been paid in full, to be applied to the next fiscal year. So payments in historically have been in March, April, May, and June. The auditor does not agree with us taking that money in a prior fiscal year to when that tax bill is due, and requested us to refund it directly to the taxpayer. So two separate scenarios. One results in a true overpayment of their total year's taxes due, which is what I just explained the prior discussion we had about the auditor. This creates effectively a prepayment of their second 50%, but also in the mortgage escrow scenario creates, it's as if they never received an income sensitivity payment. The mortgage servicer considers that balance in full still to be due and calculates their mortgage escrow payment accordingly.
So, okay. So I would like to move on to the other questions that Mary and Aaron asked, because like ultimately it is really not our prerogative to understand the arcane details of financial policy. I think we understand at a high level what the problem is, and I think what right now we're interested in a recommendation, interested in hearing a recommendation, and then coming back to sort of how to make people whole in the interim. I think that's really what we want to do here. So to Aaron and Mary's question, what are some of the other, and forgive me, board members, if I'm not doing this right, what are the sort of the other set? What are some of the other things that will come to light as a result of changing the date? Would that assist with like collateralization issues that has been brought to our attention, or
I'm happy to answer this question as well. So Mary, question about collateralization. This actually would not change that scenario. We are still, receiving a substantial amount of tax payments. Notably, in August timeframe seems to be the tightest with this, or when we are most flush with cash. And the collateralization agreement is basically like FDIC insurance for that bank account. We would still have, a substantial bank account balance in September versus August. So it would not affect any, it wouldn't change any issues that we have with the collateralization agreement.
Okay. Yep. I get it. Thanks.
Okay. And so to Aaron's question in terms of, I cannot speak as to why it was initially set at this due date. What I can say is that Rod and I both conferred with Jamie T, business manager for the school district, about any effects this would have on their cash flow. And she said that a month they could make a month in terms of any effects they would have. They will be receiving, and they do receive, starting on 7/14 this year, the school district received over $1 million on 7/14 from on behalf of the town from the state for an education tax payment. So in terms of cash flow ramifications, their business manager has relayed to Rod and I that this would not affect their operations. That said, I wouldn't push this very far. I wouldn't go, into October or November or further, because that would have effects for them. But in terms of a month, pushing it to September, during our conversation with Jamie, there should be no effects. In terms of successful operation of the school, successful operation of the town, I can confirm for the town we have the cash flow to make it that extra month. Those effects there.
Okay, so Fielding, can you estimate how many people have been affected by this situation?
Just in who I've heard from, it's over 30 that have asked to be refunded. I know we have over 100 revised tax bills or tax changes that have been affected. In terms of mortgages, there are hundreds out there that this potentially affects. Some can weather it stronger than others. But I know, especially after the interest rate environment of last year, we have a substantially higher amount of mortgage service properties in Norwich. So it's just it's a significant amount of populace that is affected by this.
All right. So then my question, I'll turn to Rod. So my question then for people in our community for whom this is a hardship, for this is a struggle, for whom this is unanticipated. And obviously we can't, issue the refund as per, our advice from an auditor, which is important. What other material, right, financial supports, if any, can the town offer for this unique situation? Rod, do you have an answer for that right now, or do you need to think about it?
I'm gonna suggest that I need to confer with Fielding and think about it. I think that there's some complications here with any kind of short-term response. So I need time to think about it.
Would it be, we have a citizen assistance fund. Would that be an appropriate use of that reserve fund for people who are in the situation for which this is a hardship, or you would have to think about that as well?
I need to look at the guidance for how to use that fund and how it would apply. And then, also have a better understanding of the size of the impact on the individual.
Okay. All right, thanks. Gretchen, I see your hand. I'll take your public comment, and then Cheryl, and then we do need to move on. But we appreciate having this update. Go ahead, Gretchen. Hi. You're on mute again. Do you remember how you unmuted last time? I know.
Okay, I got it. Hello.
Awesome.
Thank you, everybody. I feel so appreciated. And Fielding, you said that you had to notify 30 days prior to the taxes being due.
Correct.
That I understand. But the taxes were due, I believe, on the 12th of August. Am I correct?
That's right. The first payment. Yep.
Okay. And as far as I can see, the mortgage company was sent the bill on the 1st of July.
Right. This is exactly, you're narrating the exact weirdness of what we've been discussing.
Okay. All right. So yeah. All right. So and that's why the mortgage company did not catch the discount.
Correct.
And again, and Marcia, I appreciate your question, because this has never happened before.
Right.
I've lived here for 26 years, and this has never happened before.
Right. And,
so that's it. That's all I can say.
Thank you. And I go ahead, Fielding, and then we do need to move on.
There are, I do want to say that there are some situations where this is out of our control. And the mortgage servicers can have their own policies in place. And that an education state or state education tax payment is not guaranteed in perpetuity. It's based on an annual filing, and individual mortgage servicers can have their own requirements. So our adjustment of dates will not guarantee to solve the issue, but it will help the majority of people, is what I can say. There are some servicers that they will require you to escrow the full amount regardless of any credit that you receive.
Fielding, I need to move on, because your connection is very difficult, and you are. We feel so we really appreciate that we have a finance director who understands all of this to great fidelity. But I think because of the connection and because we have to move on, I think with appreciation we're going to do that. But I think
the connection, guys. But
no worries. I understand. So what we've been briefed on an issue. We have a recommendation for the future warrant, which I think we should know, right? And then for people who this has been an unanticipated hardship, we may hear more from Fielding and Rod about what we can do in the short term. I think that's what I would like to do right now.
May
Go ahead,
we hear
Mary.
from the treasurer?
Yeah, I see your hand, but I need to finish all of you discussing so I can take Cheryl's comment so we can move on to the next agenda item, because we're deeply over. Okay. Mary, do you have a comment?
Yeah, just that, we've charged Rod and Fielding with trying to see if we can offer people relief, but
You might not.
I hadn't finished speaking, Roger.
Right. Sorry, I'm just conscious of time. We have people waiting for us. I've texted.
If you are going to interrupt me, it's going to take longer.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
I was going to say that they may not be able to offer relief, but in any case, if you're going to set it up that way, I think there should be an opportunity for them to say that. So it shouldn't just go by. It should be at the next meeting that there's some answer, But it may well be that the answer is that there is not, especially if there are, 30 cases that Fielding is aware of, and there may be many people with mortgages. So I'm just saying.
No,
I'm going to say, and I don't need to say any more and waste the time.
I appreciate that, Mary, with apologies. Rod, do you want to take that up? Because I think that's an important point. We might be limited in what we can do.
I think it's incredibly important for people to understand that we're seriously constrained here. What we've identified is a practice in the past that may have worked for people, but put the town in a very invidious position vis-a-vis the audit and other controls that we need to observe. We observed some difference in some mortgage service companies' behavior now compared to maybe in the past, and we're making a very clear or trying, acknowledging that Fielding's connection was also really crappy. We are trying to explain this as clearly as possible, so that if we're consistent with other towns in the state, we're less likely to have the conflict with the state system for rebating on the basis of income sensitivity or other measures. So that's really where I want to leave it. But I want to emphasize that Mary is correct. We may be very constrained in what we can do in the short term.
Okay. Thank you, Rod, and thank you, Mary. Cheryl, I'll take your public comment and then I'll move us on because we are over.
Yes, thank you, Roger. I just wanted to add that once the tax bills are issued, there is a process that the state sends us more information and more information on those HS 122s, which we can only download so quickly. But then the revised tax bills need to get out quickly, because those are the ones that a person will want to send on to their mortgage company more quickly before they make a payment to the town. So the revised tax bill process just needs to go more quickly. And it would be my thinking that in the past, I know that prior finance office people were, focused on this because we, as listers, help with that download. But the finance office was doing it at one point and getting those revised bills out quickly. So that's just a piece that I hope you consider when you are looking at all the different pieces. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I'm going to move us on. Okay. And so I texted with folks who will be joining us later, right? So I was performing 3 roles. So apologies for did not intend any disrespect. Let's move on to the town manager's report. Go ahead, Rod. Can you provide us an overview?
Sure. As you see in the packet, I addressed the staffing and recruitment situation. There's currently a police chief candidate undergoing a background check and reference check. Hoping that will be a successful outcome for everybody. We have not received any applications in the past 3 weeks from a police officer 3 candidate that is resident in Vermont and qualified or licensed to act as a police officer in the state of Vermont. The vast majority of the candidates are people from very varied backgrounds from far away, including Alaska, who would like to move to Vermont and possibly try out policing as a career. To be really clear for the public's sake here, what this would necessitate is that we would have to fund, first of all, if we found a successful candidate in this category, we'd have to deal with them moving to the area, which presents its own challenges, both for them and for us financially. And then, assuming that there's a position open at the Vermont Police Academy and that they're qualified and they meet other, important background criteria, then they would then be sent to the Vermont Police Academy for a period of 6 months of training, where we would pay them in full for a 40-hour week and also provide their transportation to and from the academy to wherever they're living in Vermont. And at any time during that time that they're at the academy or immediately thereafter, they're open to taking an offer from any other police department in the state. And there's no mechanism for being compensated by the other police department that makes the job offer and they accept. And there's no way of legally requiring the trainee police officer to work for Norwich for a period of time so that the expense that we've engaged in training them is worked off. So given the size of the department, and given the size of the budget, and given the situation that we're in, these candidates are regarded as non-eligible candidates. And we have yet to receive an application from a Vermont resident who would qualify as a licensed police officer, or somebody that has had an extensive career in policing in a neighboring state or nearby, who would be willing to move and undergo the necessary but more abbreviated training to become a licensed Vermont police officer. So that's where we're at. I have reviewed over 120 applications on Indeed from people who conform to the description that I provided, which is they live in another state, they are currently working in another career, and they would like to explore the possibility of doing something different. So that experience is no different from the troopers, no different from other police departments in the state. By another point of comparison here is that the starting rate for a young police officer in the Burlington Police Department is currently $71,500 with a $15,000 sign-up bonus and no contribution towards health insurance, which is a more, a bigger package, a bigger benefit package than the one we offer, and contributions to pension programs that are more significant than ours. So again, if we are to try and compete with the prevailing market, then the select board and the town's voters need to really contemplate exactly what that would look like. It would look like a huge increase in that line item, and I don't believe that I'm authorized to make those kinds of commitments or offer those kinds of paying conditions. Moreover, we're subject to a collective bargaining agreement with the union, and that would be a grievable offense under the collective bargaining agreement. We're constrained to offer the agreed upon pay scale that we actually have in place. So I'm hoping that people will understand that the circumstances that we're working in are challenging and difficult. They're not that different from a whole lot of other institutions and organizations, and we're doing the best we can. We're deeply appreciative of Officer Ingraham's determination and commitment to stay, and I really appreciate the work that she does. So on a slightly brighter note, Aaron Denimur had his first day on Monday. He's the new planning and zoning coordinator. He joins us from the town of Shelburne, and I look forward to working with him as he learns more about the job. We have had discussions with the DPW equipment operator who worked for us last winter, and it's possible that they are going to be available this winter. And you'll see elsewhere in the agenda discussion of a contract with a long-standing contractor that the town has used for many years to do some snowplowing work for us over the winter. The 2022 audit is underway. Both Feeling and I have met with the Sullivan Powers staff. The initial round of interviews have been completed. The information has been gathered. We next expect to see them in November. We're hopeful that we'll have an audit report sometime in mid to late December, ready for the annual report and town meeting. I've been working with Jeff Martin, who has been graciously assisting us trying to find a local vendor or contractor that's able to give us a bid for replacing one or two of the fuel oil fired boilers in the basement of Tracy Hall. The expectation, given the work done by the energy consultant, is that the best short-term measure is to replace at least one of the boilers with another fuel oil fired boiler, in recognition of A, the building envelope is in very poor condition and doesn't provide any kind of meaningful insulation from the outside, and B, that the likelihood of the boilers failing this winter. So the short-term proposal is to replace at least one boiler to maintain Tracy Hall in an operating status, and then look further at what could be a better long-term solution, but would need a commitment from the town to do something serious about the building envelope or discuss what the future of Tracy Hall is. Moor Lane Bridge release of hazardous materials. So to be clear, the bid documents have been approved. They are out. We are soliciting potential contractors directly on the basis of past experience, which is a very unpopular project and not a particularly appealing job. And we had absolutely no response to the last time we released bid documents. These bid documents have been approved and reviewed by the Department of Environmental Conservation. They are for a temporary measure to prevent the hazardous material from making its way into the water body. The scope of the regulatory framework that we're working with is under the spills program from the Department of Environmental Conservation is purely associated with trying to prevent the hazardous material from making its way into the water body. There's nothing that regulates the odor, and there's nothing that regulates the appearance of the hazardous material outside of the water body. So I want to be very clear. We're working with the state. The state's reviewed the diagrams and the drawings that we proposed with the use of an engineer under contract. It is a temporary measure. It is intended to be augmented by repairs and improvements to the bridge, to the paving over the bridge in the spring, including the sidewalk, in an effort to reduce the amount of stormwater that makes its way through the bridge deck. And it is our understanding at this point, given the input that we've had from various engineering companies, including the bridge company that built the bridge in the first place, that if you really want to fix this, you're going to need to replace the bridge. And the rough estimate is somewhere between $750,000 and $1.5 million. There's no allocation directly in the budget at this point to do that. So again, that would be a consideration for the town to make. We are currently compliant with all state regulations and expectations in terms of our work, but we are under pressure from the state to provide a temporary solution, and that is what we're working on right now.
Okay.
And then lastly, Beaver Meadow traffic calming. As you know, we installed traffic counters, rubber strips across the road on Beaver Meadow, just near Moor Lane, for a period of 2 weeks. The data is contained here, and the memo is contained here from the Regional Planning Commission transportation planner. The observation is that 85% of drivers recorded in the 2 week period were doing 10 miles or more over the speed limit. The traffic engineering interpretation of that data is that if 85% of drivers are driving at a particular speed or in a range of speed, then that reflects driver behavior, understanding that that's an appropriate speed for those road conditions. So it suggests that the speed limit might be too low, and or that the behavior of the drivers is aberrant in some way. I think that this is important data for us to analyze. You'll notice a dramatic drop-off at speeds over 40 miles an hour, and that the speeds are slightly higher and heading in a westerly direction compared to when people are heading into the village. So there's nothing surprising in the data. It doesn't give us necessarily a clear path forward. It does, I think, actually suggest the need for more data collection, and not just at Beaver Meadow, but in other parts of town. We will be able to do our own data collection when the signs that the radar signs that we've ordered are installed. They're about 5 weeks away from delivery, and they will be able to flash and warn people when they're speeding, but also in a stealth mode, which is basically, it looks like it's turned off, collect data 24/7 on speed and total traffic counts, and then that information is retrievable from the cloud. We're going to install 3 of those. It's expected that they'll be installed. Some of those will be installed in the Beaver Meadow corridor, and then we'll look at other locations in town as well. I'm happy to take any questions on the topics that I've covered, if that's acceptable to you, Roger.
Yeah. Thank you, Rod. Go ahead, Marcia.
Okay. I'll be quick with these because I know we're under time crunch.
Thank you.
First of all, Rod, I've been asked, is the planning and zoning coordinator a new position? Can you just say yes or no?
I can't say either of those things. It's a reinstatement of an earlier position. So it was on the books for some years, and then it was replaced by the planning and zoning director. So this person is fulfilling the role that was done by me as the planning and zoning director.
So we've divided it into two positions effectively.
No, it's one person, one position. It's just not a director position. It's a coordinator position.
Okay, so we're not going to have a director anymore.
Not currently. The person has been hired currently as a coordinator.
Okay. As to the issue of speeding in town, I understand, why Officer Ingram hasn't been able to report back on my request about Vermont's position on automatic speed ticket machines. I investigated it myself and found that there's no prohibition or other law in Vermont for them. And I put in a question to the DMV technical branch to find out if there are other towns using these. I really would urge the board to consider that option seriously, because I think the issue of speeding is a danger to our community and it's severe. And I'm not sure that any of the suggestions that have been put forward are really going to stop people from doing what they shouldn't be doing and endangering lives. And then I'm concerned about the issues raised by the residents of the Moore Bridge contamination. I hope that we can get more specificity about this. We were waiting for the Vermont DEC, I know, to come down the following Friday after we had made a vote to approve the implementation of some plywood containment suggestion, which made me feel like it was a bad idea. So I'm just wondering if we could have more specificity about this, because I just don't feel I'm getting a full picture of what it is we are going to be doing and how it's going to.
What is your question, Marcia?
My question is, are we doing the plywood containment that we approved the last time? Was that what was approved by the DEC when they came the following Friday? Because we agreed we weren't going to do the plywood containment if they said it wasn't going to work. And if we're not doing that, exactly what are we doing? Because it doesn't seem that whatever is being done it's not working now. And I'm not sure what's going to happen in the future.
Okay, that's great. Rod, can you answer that question?
Yes, we're doing the plywood structure as requested by DEC.
So I think it's really important to stress that, the regulatory agent, the state regulatory agent is essentially forcing the town to create temporary solutions, and the temporary solutions have been approved by them. So we are in compliance with the highest regulatory agent, in the state, regarding these issues. Is that fair to say, Rod?
Yes, we are working cooperatively with the Department of Environment Conservation Spills Program. We've not yet received the official notice from the hazardous materials section of the Department of Environment Conservation. We consulted extensively on the design and met with DEC representatives, and the final design of the temporary plywood containment structure is something that they're aware of and approve of.
Is it safe to say that if the measures were not satisfactory, the state regulator would let us know?
Correct. I mean, and regardless of what happens, even if it's installed and then hazardous material makes its way to the brook, we're still going to have to address that.
Are you going to take all the questions?
We acknowledge that we need to continue in our efforts to prevent the hazardous material from making its way to the brook.
Mary, you had your hand up. Thank you, Marcia.
Yes, thank you. Just wondering on the Moore Lane Bridge, if the state would consider turning the bridge into a covered bridge. In other words, if the problem is rain or other surface precipitation going through the deck of the bridge, if you had some kind of roof, would that just solve the problem? And I don't expect you to answer that. I just didn't know if that was part of the thinking of the state. So that's fine, but I did want to mention it. The other thing is just on the traffic control. Would it be practical to put down some rubber mats? Is that something? I know that you're gathering data and so forth, but is that a practical solution, or is that not in your
depending on who you talk to as to whether they're worth it or not? They're they're problematic, and they only work in summer. They don't work in winter because of snowplows chewing them up.
Sure.
So they've got limited functionality in northern New England, and people differ in their enthusiasm for them is all I can say. I would say that any measures, including temporary speed bumps or steep speed tables, similar to Hobson Road or something like that, would need to be studied carefully and come out of a considered traffic safety management program that the town currently doesn't have.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Aaron.
On the question of the Moore Lane Bridge, I'm wondering if we shouldn't, especially with budget season coming up, consider starting a thread talking about replacing the bridge, assuming that containment fails and resurfacing then fails. And then we've got another whole year and we haven't started to think about it. And I'm not saying we could obviously put aside $1.5 million right now, but should we be just starting that process?
I appreciate that question, Aaron. It allows me to say that is the appropriate response from the town, and that moreover, even if you were very enthusiastic about budgeting for it, even if we had the money right now, we're still 3 years away, just in terms of the permitting and construction seasons and how long that would take. Even if we're sitting on the money right now, it's a 3-year thing. So it's important for us to acknowledge that it's not going to happen quickly. So that is why experimenting and trying our hardest to make the temporary containment structures work is a really important thing to get right.
Right. And I just wish to clarify that, Rod, when you say it's a 3-year thing, you are providing, you're speaking colloquially, you're providing, an estimate based on your experience and knowledge, right? Like one of the problems that I think we have is people, take this conversation that we're having, right, and really sort of take it literal.
Right. So let me explain. So roughly a project of that scale, once you take into account the permitting, the design process, then the permitting process, and then the bidding process, and then the construction of it, and that how you map that onto the seasons, you generally are looking at least 3.5 years before that kind of project is completed. That's definitely my experience. Other people may have different experiences.
Okay, so Aaron and then Marcia, and then I need to take some public comments, and then I need to move us on. I've now texted the attorney to say 30, right? So we have to be cognizant of other people's time who are joining us.
Okay, I just want to say, given that it's 3 years, do we want to start now under this and spend a little money, $50,000 to do a plan or a site visit or whatever, so that we can really do it in 3 years, assuming that our temporary measures fail, instead of waiting another year or two, and then having 3 years on top of that. That's what I'm getting at. Does that make sense?
So Aaron's asking if does the process need to begin more immediately for the permanent solution, or if we are required or obligated to wait to the results from the state?
Yes, I think it's reasonable to conclude that the only thing that's going to stop the hazardous material is to remove it from the site, which was to say, replace the bridge deck. And if you're going to replace the bridge deck, yes, you could allocate funds in the forthcoming budget to undertake the design component, and then spend, and then move forward, so that yes, you're as close to that 3 years from today, or March of next year as you possibly can manage. So yes, I would flag it as a serious budgetary item for consideration in the upcoming budget.
Okay, thank you. Marcia, and then I'll take public comment. Thank you, Rob.
Just a quick question. I'd asked a couple of times if you'd had a chance to look into the insurance coverage for that. Any luck?
Yes, I have gotten an answer from Passive, and the answer is no.
Great. Thank you, Rod. Go ahead, Peter Orner, and then Patrick Wheeler, you're on deck.
I believe Manu was ahead of me.
Go ahead, Peter. You can go first.
Okay, where to start? You're putting us under the gun, Roger, with an attorney coming, and there are some things that we have opportunity to actually ask some substantive questions. I'll start with the bridge, but I'm very, very interested in the Beaver Meadow study and why we would necessarily need another study on top of that. But I'll start with the bridge in the sense that about 2 years ago in a meeting, and I admit to a certain amount of frustration because for years now, 2 years, I have been told very directly, and you all were told in a meeting that the chemicals emanating from the bridge were not harmful unless children ate them. That's a pretty direct quote. You can go back and check a meeting. That was from the town manager. So the fact that this environmental report comes out and significantly points out that there are significantly hazardous chemicals that have been pouring into the bridge continually for years now. This is a fairly urgent problem. And for a town of environmentalists, I'm a little surprised that you guys are satisfied with the situation down there. Second thing, the temporary measures. One of them was a tarp that flapped in the wind for about 10 months. And then the next set of temporary measures, which were plastic sheeting that has holes in it that the chemical continues to drain. So forgive me for being a little bit dubious of the next plan, the next money we're spending. As for the state, Roger, you seem to be depending on the state involvement here. I've also been in touch with the state, and this is a direct quote from James Donaldson, environmental analyst from the state of Vermont. He says this: "They have mentioned fascinating something more permanent and sturdy to the bottom of the bridge, but that will only create a bonding issue on the road surface. In my opinion, replacement of the bridge deck," and Rod did say this, "is the best solution, but apparently quotes received put that cost at around $1 million. So again, I understand the cost here, but I also, I think that it's important to recognize what Marcia pointed out is we need more information. What I would like to know is how dangerous these chemicals are and what we have been doing to the environment and to the school kids that are playing in that area, and why we are not taking this more seriously. And I think that if we are just hiding behind the state regulatory body, there's even different of opinions there. So what I would ask for is to take a pause before we start building another temporary thing and at least find out what is it with these chemicals and why are they somehow different than what you all thought from the beginning? Because I am extremely disturbed that I was told multiple times that they weren't harmful.
So go ahead, Rod, go ahead.
Let me just respond. I was clear when I made the comments about with the use of the brook and the presence of children in the brook, that when it comes to this substance, the state is regulating the quality of the water, and this substance is regarded as a hazardous material, and we are required under state regulations to make good faith efforts to eliminate the source of the hazardous material so that it doesn't make it to the brook. I at no time said that it's safe for children to eat. And so
unsafe for children to eat, you said. Unsafe. You said that was the limit of it.
Please don't interrupt, Peter.
I want to be really clear that I don't want to have words put in my mouth, and I want to be able to finish a sentence.
Okay.
And so the next thing I want to say is that the containment structure that James Donaldson just referenced is the best effort that we can come up with, which is more robust than the plastic sheeting and more robust than the tarpaulins that preceded it. And it is regarded as temporary. It will require ongoing maintenance and observation from the field, and we're obligated to make corrections or improvements to it if it constantly leaks. And there is a recognition on the part of the town, as there is on the part of the state, that the only real solution here is the removal of the bridge deck and replacement with something that doesn't contain those chemicals. Those chemicals are not uncommon in the environment. They're, the state and the chemical analyst that we paid for to do an analysis of the chemicals is reluctant to refer to them as creosote, but many of the chemicals that make up this product are similar or found in creosote. The contractor who constructed the bridge referenced creosote as part of the process of actually assembling the bridge in 1997. And so I don't want to have asked for further clarification from Dagan Murray on your behalf so that we can get a better assessment of what the risk is. But what I want to do here at this point is emphasize again for you and the sake of the public that currently the state regulates this material insofar as it meets the water body. There is not, so it's regarded as a hazardous material, and they've got a requirement that the water, under the Clean Water Act, that that this material should not turn up in the water. But that's as far as it goes. We are managing it to the best of our abilities, given the situation and the timing that we're in.
Right. So quick follow up, and then I'll stand down.
Do I have a choice? Go ahead.
Rod, if I mischaracterized what you said, but because I have a particular interest in this, I was paying a lot of very close attention to what you said. And what my memory was is that you said, if children don't eat it, it's probably okay. We can go back and check. But again,
which by that, what I meant was I don't recommend people eating it.
Stop. Everyone stop. Look, I think it's very clear, right, that the town, right, our town manager and the board shares in the public's frustration. We are meeting all of the obligations that we can possibly. We are working through this issue. All right. I hope you have your understanding in that. I'm not having any more back and forth. I'm moving on with Patrick Wheeler. Please go ahead, make your public comment.
I'm sorry, Roger. I was first in line for a comment.
I'm calling on Patrick Wheeler. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to highlight that the data in the select board packet, both from Wataquiche Commission as well as from the restated by the town manager regarding the Beaver Meadow traffic study is incorrect. They've conflated the 85th percentile of drivers with 85% being over that same speed. As a result, it looks as though we have 85% of people going more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. If you actually look at the data, 85% of vehicles are going no faster than 35%. That's a massive misstatement, both by the commission as well as repeated by the town manager. I'm hopeful that we can both correct that, regardless of how you feel about whether 10 miles an hour over is the right estimate or not. I'm hopeful that we can review that. I also would love to know, when these reports come in, are we checking them for accuracy? Because I know we're paying someone to do this work. Is that something that we're doing? And do you stand by the 85% statement stated in the select board packet?
Rod, can you clarify what it means, the 85% percentile means, and can you also clarify, what services we get from TROC broadly?
So we pay an annual fee to Rivers Regional Planning Commission, which allows us to access the planning staff, and in particular, the transportation planner, Rita Cito. In certain circumstances, we go under contract with the Regional Planning Commission to do further work, specifically around grant management, again, usually with transportation projects. So my understanding of the 85th percentile, and I apologize for misspeaking, is that not 85% of people are speeding at more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, but at the 85th percentile, there are drivers driving over in excess of 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. Yeah. So if you look at, so I apologize for misstating it, and I think that the way that the transportation planner summarized it was misleading. So I'm happy to look at the figures. I think it's a sort of a standard transportation planner way of saying that there's a significant number of road users that are in excess, are traveling at a particular speed, right?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure we're clear on that, because making the statement that 85% of people are egregiously speeding more than 10% is very different than what the reality is. Whether you believe that we should do something about speeding or not is separate from my personal point of view. It's just, I want to make sure we get the data right and that we're checking our work when we're getting work done.
I don't disagree with your characterization. I think it's fine, and I apologize on behalf of the Regional Planning Commission for being sloppy with their words.
Okay, are we good? Thank you, Patrick, for your attention to the packet. Manu, why don't you go?
I want to express what I have discussed with many people so far. This meeting has been extremely frustrating to listen to. And I think this is the most incompetent group of managers and oversights that I have come across in a long time. We're going to spend the next 6 months making sure that things change in this town. And I'm out. You don't have to kick me out. Shame on all of you.
Right. Andy Sher, do you have a public comment?
Hi, yes. Andy Sher, 23 Hazen Street. Thanks for calling on me. Thank you for bringing in Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission to do some studying on this. I appreciate that. I just wanted to ask a question, if I may. I think there is some understanding that if the study shows that people are going 10 miles per hour over the speed limit, I want to ask, is the town then bound to raise the speed limit? That is something that I've heard. Or can we take that information and, you know, plan accordingly with safety measures, speed tables, traffic calming? Can we do other things to mitigate that? Or are we sort of bound by the results of this study? So that's a question. And then my final comment statement is question. Article 10, we have a subcommittee, or is this subcommittee which is studying traffic calming, trails, sidewalks? I'm just kind of wondering where that kind of fits into this whole thing as we're looking at you know, speeding and the general comments that a lot of people have made about that. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer that, Roger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, can you, once we, have an accurate understanding of the data, what are we made to do with it? That's
Okay.
a good question.
So the 85th percentile measure is a really key measure that traffic engineers use to figure out what driver behavior is and in terms of the environment of the road itself, and whether what strategies might work, and whether in fact it's important to implement some strategies. So what I'd say here is the town is not obligated to raise the speed limit. Vermont statute calls for a study to be done to justify implementing a 25 mile per hour speed limit outside of a school district or outside of a school zone when it proposes to do it. Or if that 25 miles per hour speed limit sign goes up and is not contested or studied for 5 years, then the 25 mile per hour speed limit sign can stay up. It's my recollection, and not been here long enough, but my understanding is that the 25 mile per hour speed limit signs along Beaver Meadow have been there longer than 5 years. So the town doesn't need to do a study, and the town doesn't need to pull them down or change the speed limit. So the 25 mile per hour speed limit can stay, as far as I understand. I could be contradicted later, but that's my understanding. And that's my understanding of the way statute applies. Whether or not the 25 mile per hour speed limit is justified is a sort of a separate traffic engineering kind of question to be encountered. But if the community comes together and works through a traffic safety program and arrives at the conclusion that their preference is to have the speed limit stay the same, 25 miles per hour along Beaver Meadow, then you're left with making some choices around physical interventions like speed tables or speed bumps, or narrowing the lanes or whatever, or striping them differently, incorporating a sidewalk or something on the edge, any number of physical measures you could take, which would then presumably feed back into the question of whether drivers would then perceive it to be a safe enough road to travel at 38 miles an hour, which is a sort of common speed heading out of town, and about 36 seems to be common speed heading into town. So those things are all open for discussion and professional support, and I would expect that some of that professional support would probably come from the Regional Planning Commission. Some of it would come from consultants, and it would need, the community would need to work through those issues. The last part about Article 10, the pathway, trail, sidewalk, which is number Article 10. Those are things that are obviously related to the roadways and traffic safety in general for all road users, including vehicles. But in this instance, there's not a direct interface. But I would assume and hope that as the town develops more of a commitment to traffic management questions, traffic safety questions, then that work, that the interface between those two things would be clearer. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Stuart Richards, I'll take your public comment. Peter, you can have another follow-up, and then we're gonna move on. And then I want to just remark on, some agenda setting stuff and why all of this is being discussed in a town manager's report, right? Go ahead, Stuart.
I'm assuming you can hear me okay?
Yep.
So I'd like to support what Peter Orner, if he'll have my support, what he's been saying. And I share his frustration. I don't quite understand why so many temporary measures have been tried and failed, or if they haven't failed, why we just haven't bitten the bullet and replaced the bridge so that there's no more concerns. I don't understand that. With respect to Beaver Road, I ride my bicycle on Beaver Meadow Road and around town a lot, hundreds, perhaps thousands of miles. And I am really concerned with the speeding situation. And I don't think it's unreasonable to be concerned. I think that there are things that we can do. In the absence of police, I don't know why, and maybe I'm incorrect here, but I don't know why cameras haven't been tried, where people who are speeding, they get a ticket. You establish whatever the logical and reasonable speed is, and you have a camera, the camera takes a picture, and somebody gets a notice in the mail that they've been speeding and they have to pay a fine. End of story. And I think that would really be helpful. Lastly, so when we talk about police, I'd like to know, and I don't think it's an unreasonable question, I'd like to know when the advertising for police and a police chief started, how much it cost, and where the ads were placed. I think that we're really late to the game in trying to fill those positions. And I would love to have an answer to that question. It's a question that was asked with the record request that I made. So I don't know if you're prepared to answer it now, but it just seems to me that it's a no-brainer. We need to advertise. Where do we advertise? How much do we pay? Could we have advertised in more places? I don't know, but I would like to know. I would like to get answers to those questions. And I also appreciate Manu Tasson's frustration. So if you can answer that question, that last question, I would appreciate it. And also with respect to the bridge, I don't know why we're temporizing and trying all these temporary solutions when it appears that the real answer is in a replacement. So thanks for hearing me out. In spite of your need to move on.
Yeah, because look, people, like this, I'm gonna try to answer it, because Rod has clearly not getting through. We are doing the temporary measures because we are obligated to do so. We're obligated to do so. And as Aaron asked very helpful questions for this group, it needs to be an intention of budget setting to plan for the permanent replacement. But meanwhile, we are obligated to nonetheless make a good faith and strong effort to make the temporary measures. We are doing that.
Just a follow-up, Roger.
No, I'm moving on to Peter. I'm sorry. Peter, go ahead. And then we are going to, I'm going to ask board members if they have any comment, and then we're going to move on, okay?
I'm going to disagree with my friend Manu. I think democracy is messy, and I think talking is good, even if sometimes it gets heated. And I apologize because what I am after is dialogue. And if I am not contributing to actually an exchange, then I apologize for some of my earlier thoughts. But I was frustrated because I feel like this issue has been kicked down the road so much and not taken seriously. I'm talking about the bridge. Can I follow up though on Andy's comment about ballot measure 10? I'm not entirely clear why walkability on Beaver Meadow and all over town wouldn't be explicitly covered by ballot measure 10. And a follow-up to that is the town voted, majority of the town, fairly high percentage, voted in favor of a $50,000 allocation to study walkability trails and walking in town. Included in that, you'll remember this, Roger and Rod, you guys talked about this at the pre-ballot measure meeting, that part of that money would be going towards a phase 2 study of the Beaver Meadow sidewalk. So from my understanding, and I've asked you guys a number of times about this, when are we starting to implement ballot measure 10 now that we have a planning administrator? Is it now time to start that process? Because you'll remember we had a $50,000 allocation to study police, which was turned down by the voters. So the voters are very interested in walkability issues throughout town. I do think it's very relevant to the recent increase in speeding. And I'll just note that Stuart Richards was very much against doing stuff about the Beaver Meadow earlier. I think that's a good indication things have changed on the roads, and they are significantly more dangerous than they were even when we started talking about this. And that is saying something. So I think we need bold, creative solutions. And I think we need to start them now rather than assume that we need to go through a process of analysis when we've been talking about this for 3 years now. And we have anecdotal and also now actual data showing that people are speeding. The last thing this town's going to go for is to raise that 25 on Beaver Meadow where people are walking. We all know that.
Okay.
So I'd appreciate if we think creatively. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Okay, board members, I want to make one comment that will not answer Peter's question directly, but will explain why, he doesn't have an answer directly to his question. Because the customary practice with agenda setting, right, is that, when we do the agenda setting, it's basically to approve a purchase or an agreement with the vendor or a similar request when, our authorization is needed. Ongoing matters that are the prerogative of, the town manager or that are assigned to his duties come in the form of this report. We are clearly having a substantial amount of discussion within the town manager agenda item. So, I think we clearly need to have an agenda item of how to talk about agenda setting, because we're in a situation right now where there's clearly a necessity to, or possibly a necessity to discuss several agenda items. And I, as chair, don't have the ability to entertain, exhaustive agenda items that are really just supposed to be about updates on ongoing matters. It is my responsibility, which I think people are really frustrated by in this meeting, to move the conversation along. The town manager's report was an update on ongoing matters, and we've now had extensive public engagement. We've asked extensive questions. And I think that's fine. But my comment to the board is that, we need to look at the town setting in an entirely different matter because no one is able to effectively do their jobs, including myself. Okay. So Marcia, do you have a comment? And then we'll move on.
Yeah, I'd like to sort of have the board consider making this an agenda item for next time, where we consider this bridge an emergency and perhaps do something like tear it down with emergency funds and just have no bridge for a while and budget for the new bridge to be built. I think what we've got dripping into the water is, regulated by the EPA, and we need to address it.
Okay. I'm going to move us on then. Thank you, Marcia. All right. So the next item on the agenda is to authorize contract for the 2022-23 plow routes. And look, I think we should just have an agenda that talks about agenda setting and looks at town priorities. We'll have gotten the feedback from our committees by then. That's what we should just do. So we're not in this situation again. All right. So, but moving on to the next agenda item, which is the plow routes. Can we begin with a motion, Mary?
Sure. I move to authorize the town manager to enter into an agreement with Daniel S. Clay Excavation to provide snow plowing services for the winter of 2022-23.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. All right, any discussion on this? Go ahead, Marcia.
I'm just really uncomfortable with hiring contractors. I would much prefer to hire other, to have employees that worked for us to do it. And I've never been quite sure why the director of the DPW doesn't have a CDL, but I'm uncomfortable with this, even though I know what happens when it snows and I know what people need.
So Mary and Aaron, you had a reaction to that comment. Would you like to say anything? Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, I think it's a good solution to a problem where we just can't get the town employees that we'd all like to have. And I think we've got an experienced contractor. He's worked for the town before. He's also, used to coordinating with Norwich and Sharon and getting the job done. So I see it as temporary. I think it's a great opportunity. I think we're lucky. I like the way the contract was written and I fully support it. So that's my idea of it.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else? Any discussion? All right, I'll call the question then, if that's okay. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, I'll roll call. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Aaron?
I vote yes.
Marcia?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, thank you. I'm going to move us on to, there's a break that's supposed to be next. If it's okay, I want to move us to the next agenda item and then we'll take the break. So the agenda item is to authorize repair and turf services for the Girard field and softball field. We received a memo with explanation and then subsequently a recommendation from our rec director who has been coordinating with Rod and Chris, our DPW director, on this matter and engaging with a very dedicated public, as we heard earlier. So Rod, is it best to turn to brief for an outline of the information and the recommendation at this time? You're on mute. I'm going to say yes, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Bree, I'm looking for you. I don't know where you are. Are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, excellent. All right, go ahead. I can't pin you probably because your connection, so you're not showing your face. Is that, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm on my phone. Yeah.
I totally hear you. Go ahead. Hi.
You
welcome.
cannot hear me?
No, I totally hear you. Like, I understand why. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So the Norwich Baseball Association, that is a group of parents who run our Cal Ripken program, which is 3rd grade and up. They came to me earlier in this year and let me know that in the Cal Ripken meeting, they had found out that we had to upgrade our fields to new Cal Ripken field dimensions, and that they thought we might have 5 years before it became mandatory, but that most of our area towns are expected to have the 12U fields ready for 2024, which is why, I found out about this. We were already past budget season. It was February when they told me, so I didn't think too much about it. But then we opened up the season this year and the fields are bad. They've really gone into some disrepair. The volunteers have been trying their best and the Norwich Baseball Association to do what they can to try to help out. But very honestly, I talked to one of our DPW buildings and grounds workers who has worked down at Girard Field for a few years. And he said that it would normally take 4 guys 1 or 2 days just to open the field. And we only have 1 guy now. So trying to also bring it up to those standards would be really, these new guidelines seems kind of overwhelming. So we talked to Norwich Baseball Association. We talked about what was going to have to be done and what our limitations are within the town and with the DPW's current staff. And we came up with a proposal from, well, they reached out to a contractor who also got in touch with me, and we worked out what it would cost approximately to bring the field into compliance in time for the 2024 season. That would be, let me see, it was a little over $14,000. And in my memo to Rod, I had mentioned that I thought that we should bring in the softball field as well, just because I do feel like it's an equity issue to only upgrade Girard Field and not the softball field that sits directly next to it. I also have gotten families asking me for softball in Norwich, and we started sending our girls to softball in Hanover a while ago. One of the youth rec council member reminded me that she actually played on the youth softball league in Norwich, and when it was still hosted in Norwich, and it's probably about 8 years ago. So we've had 8 years without softball. So now that I've gotten some people asking me about softball, I put it into this proposal and found out what it would also take to bring that field back as well, and start bringing softball back to Norwich too, which is why I had recommended in this memo that we bring back both fields, and that would cost approximately $26,000, and that's to bring them both into compliance. So one of the recommendations the contractor made was that we do this field work in the fall, and that's just because if there happens to be any sod that needs to be put down, that gives it time to overwinter, which reduces any irrigation needs that we would have down at Huntley, which, as everybody knows, we have no irrigation down at Huntley, and trying to get water out of the brook during the time we would actually need it. There's very little water in the brook then. So it's pretty challenging to look at that as a requirement. So if we do it in the winter, it has a longer time to get a stronger root.
Okay.
My recommendation. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you were leading perfectly into it. Thank you. And so, can you just restate your recommendation for the benefit?
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to do. So my recommendation is that we bring both Girard Field and the softball field into compliance. I am recommending that we use the Girard Fund if possible. I did hear what Cheryl had said before, and it sounds like we might have to look into that, but that is in my recommendation, and that we put that out to bid to have both fields done, and that a qualified contractor be chosen who can perform both the initial work and the annual maintenance if possible, and that the annual maintenance be rolled into our operating budget so that we're not coming into this same concern again.
Okay, why don't we take a motion and then have more board discussion afterwards? Mary, would you help with us? Help us?
Sure. I move to request the town manager to obtain bids according to town financial policies for repairs and improvements to Girard Field at Huntley Meadows.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. Really quickly, and then Rod, please correct me. My understanding is this Girard Fund is nested under the Recreation Facilities Fund, and that is how it lays with municipal, in the municipal fund accounting, and it should be treated like a reserve fund, which would mean that it requires our authorization. Anything quickly that you would like to add to that to clear the air about the proposed fund?
Your summary is correct, Roger.
Okay, great. Any further discussion on the recommendation from Bree? Go ahead, Marcia.
For me, the key question is the language of the granting instrument for the Girard Fund. And I think if it has specificity that doesn't allow for this sort of thing, then I think the repairs have to come from our general fund or from the line item that is the recreational fund. I am very concerned about using monies that were granted for specific things and are basically a trust. We shouldn't be doing that. but I would like to see these repairs done. So how much money do we have in the rec account that we could use for it?
So the motion didn't authorize an expenditure, right? So ultimately, so I appreciate your questions, Marcia, but in the interest of time, like I would just like to say that it'll come back to us because we're just authorizing bids to come. We're not authorizing the contract or the source of these funds. Does that make sense?
Well, I like to know where the money's coming from before I authorize a bid. I want to know how I'm going to pay for it.
Okay, thank you. Maybe let's come back to that. Does anyone have any questions about the recommendation and the motion? Rod, I have one question. Bree had mentioned that we use the water, right, that is there to essentially water the sod. Can you speak to the labor of performing that, and and to the extent that we are set up one way or another to do that?
Sure. So currently, there's no irrigation set up at Huntley Meadows for any of the playing fields. The brook is at very low levels, and we don't have the ability to pump from the brook to provide irrigation of any of the playing fields, and haven't used that in the past. I think we are now subject to drier conditions in fall than we might have experienced in the past. And so the only way I can imagine in the short term that we would provide irrigation is to actually set up some kind of truck, tanker truck arrangement. And I'm not even sure how practical that is, given the dimensions of the fields and how far we could spray the water. So we actually, to be clear about it, we do not have a current system to irrigate or water the fields in the key phase of their growing, acknowledging that fall is a better time to try this than any other time. But that's it. I also, just before I stop, I noticed that Fielding has his hand up, and I think that he's going to have some clarifying comments, hopefully, on the question of the fund. But it's up to you if you want to recognize him or not.
No, I do. I want to answer Marcia's question, so I'll turn to Fielding for that. Do other board members have any questions or concerns or discussion? Okay, and so Rod, just to be clear, Marcia's looking for future financial obligations. I'm interested in future obligations for our crew, and so we'll turn to Fielding to get clarification on Marcia's question. But what about mine?
What about yours? Yours is actually tougher to resolve than Fielding's. What I'd say is that even if we were fully staffed, I can't think of a labor arrangement that's going to work with watering the fields. So it's a serious issue. I understand from Bree that there's a water line that runs under the playing fields that is part of the fire district's system, but I don't know what would be involved in turning that into something that resembles a reasonable irrigation system for the playing fields. But that's an expense we haven't contemplated, and that's a design and process thing we haven't contemplated. So we don't have the equipment and we don't have the staff to water the playing fields currently.
And can I add, we never have watered anything at Huntley Meadow before, right? So that would be that's just a whole new introduced idea.
Thing.
Yeah. So this is climate resiliency. Now we're in a different category.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. We have not had to contemplate this before. We seriously have to contemplate it now.
It is a drought, so okay. Let's turn to Fielding to resolve at least Marcia's question, and then we'll go from there. Go ahead, Fielding.
Thanks, Roger. In terms of the fund balance, the Girard Fund currently resides in the Recreation Facilities Reserve Fund. As you all are aware, there are specific requirements into what we can use individual reserve fund monies for. The ball field certainly qualified as a recreation facility. I'd also like to point out that if the Girard Fund is intended to be used for something else, statute would require the movement of those funds out of this fund, out of the Recreation Facilities Fund into it, whether it be in its own standalone or something else that would require a town vote to do so. And then finally, the Recreation Facilities Fund has an overall balance in it, $72,619.79, of which I think about $26,800 is reserve Girard funds, so to speak. So the Recreation Facilities Reserve Fund has enough money if we want to use the Girard Fund portion of it, or the town's prior allocations to that fund. You would be able to cover this cost in either.
Marcia, were you able to hear some of that, or would you like? Okay, so like ultimately, there's approximately $72,000 in approximately in total to the Rec Facilities Fund, in the Girard Fund, which is nested under the Facilities Fund, and facilities may be broadly defined to include baseball fields. You have approximately what, 14,000? Is that correct? I'm summarizing. Rod Fielding, how much is in the Girard Fund, which is nested in the Facilities Fund?
It's a little under 27,000. I think it's
27. Yeah.
27. Okay. All right. So there's money in these funds, and it may or may not be a facility. Do you follow up, Marcia?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's just hard to follow this, but so the estimate for this work, what we're looking for a bid, would not necessarily have to touch the Girard Fund?
Go ahead, Ron.
I'm sorry, Roger. The expectation is that from our understanding and from our point of view, the Girard Fund is an eligible source of funds, and there's enough funds in the Girard Fund to be used for this purpose.
Do you have the language for the instrument?
Not in front of me right now, but it's been reviewed prior to the meeting. I don't believe that there's a conflict, and I think we've just explained that the Girard Fund is situated within the Reserve Fund for facilities, and so that's the argument.
Right.
And again, and we're authorizing a bid process, right?
Right. So to some extent, we're happy. I'm happy to bring back more information if that's going to be helpful. But right at this moment, what we're trying to do is advance the project by obtaining bids. Obtaining bids doesn't obligate the town to make a decision to spend the money. We're just getting the bids.
So in the interest of moving this project ahead to get bids, with knowledge that we have more discussion, Bree, I see your hand. Do you want to add anything, to finish this up?
Yeah, it was just really quick that I neglected to mention that if a contractor does lay down sod, I was told by the contractor I spoke with that they will irrigate until the root takes hold. So the initial watering is not an issue, and hopefully it would not be an issue later either, because like both Rod and Aaron said, we do not have to put any water on Huntley right now. So.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Thank you, Bree. Michael Costa, I see your hand. I know you've stayed a long time, so can you go ahead, please be brief.
Less than 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
So on page 54 of the select board packet, the recreation director makes two recommendations: one, to put out a bid, and two, to use the Girard Fund. So is the select board bifurcating that recommendation and just putting out the bid? And if so, when would the select board take further action to try to get this work done in the fall?
So, okay, so for the benefit of the board, the motion says that in accordance to financial policies, right, we're required to go out to bid as per the town financial policies. So that's what, and we're moving it forward. I understand that a lot of work has been done within the area for bidders. Verbal discussions have been had, and hopefully we'll be able to get this bid out so they can in turn bid. Does the board understand that? That's my understanding. Is that what we're doing?
Motion on the table. That's quite clear.
We understand the motion on the table. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Call the question.
Okay.
I would love to. Can we call the question? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. I'm doing a roll call. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Aaron, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Rob, how do you vote?
Yes.
Marcia?
No, simply because I would have preferred to have
Thank
the,
you.
You have to,
And I'm a yes. Okay. The next item on the agenda is a break, and then we're going to go.
Sorry. There's
Sorry, go
another
ahead.
motion because of the softball field.
Okay, thank you. I didn't notice that. Thank you for your attention. Go ahead, Mary.
Okay. I move to request the town manager to obtain bids according to town financial policies for repairs and improvements to the softball field at Huntley Meadows.
Thank you, Mary. Is there a second? Okay, made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. I'll roll call this. Mary, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Marcia?
no,
I'm a yes. Okay, thank you, Mary, for that. All right, so now we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have some motions for an executive session. Is that okay? Is that where we're at?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, so we'll come back at 8:45. Okay. Is there a motion to enter public session?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Made by Mary, seconded by Rob. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, entered public session at 10:01. All right, so for our public action following executive session, we'll have like a brief statement and then a series of motions, right? So Mary, would you like to read us a statement from the board?
Yes, this is the statement from the board. The town of Norwich, like everywhere else, is dealing with uncertainty and change after 2 years of making things work in the context of a pandemic and its aftermath. We have experienced turnover in nearly all of our departments, particularly in the public works and police departments. Staff have taken on increased workloads and have handled multiple jobs. Management has begun the work of addressing long-standing structural problems. We've had staff settle into new positions, and we continue to fill and advertise vacancies. In addition to paid staff, town government in Tracy Hall operates with elected officials. In April, the board recognized the need to successfully integrate new town employees, develop shared understandings of leadership hierarchies, and improve the workplace culture for all staff in general. The town hired Mark Heyman of HR Happens to interview staff and to provide the town manager with recommendations and informed analysis on how to strengthen and improve the town's ability to recruit and retain employees. No report or presentation has been offered to the board to date. In May, the town's attorneys hired an independent investigator stemming from employee conversations with HR Happens. In a confidential presentation to the board, the investigation determined that no violations of law or town policies had occurred. Human resource issues are subject to privacy provisions, and the nature of these complaints is not something we can comment on. The select board's job as it relates to personnel relations is to set expectations for the town and review progress on achieving clearly defined goals. The board supports the work of our town manager in his direct oversight of town staff and in managing day-to-day operations. The board wishes to provide tangible means of support to staff and to review policies and systems, establishing expectations for successful interactions between both elected officials and paid staff. Town employees do not forfeit some right to privacy in their pursuit simply by virtue of public employment. The select board typically will not comment on, confirm, or collaborate rumors of any kind. We ask for citizens to please be conscientious and avoid disseminating misinformation in their correspondence to the board and other public forums. And that's the end of the statement.
Thank you, Mary. And then we have a series of motions to direct future work. Can I get a motion for the first?
Yeah, I'll offer the first motion. I move to direct Mary Layton, Vice Chair, to arrange meetings with elected officials, including the listers, treasurer, and town clerk, to get feedback on any concerns or recommendations for greater collaboration between elected officials and paid town staff.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Is there a second?
There's a second motion. I move to...
Oh, wait, second to your
I'm sorry.
Second on that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
One at a time.
Yeah, so Aaron, a motion made by Mary, seconded by Rob. Any further discussion? No, I think the motion is plain. I'll call the question. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. All right, so there's the second motion that directs future work.
The second motion requiring a second. I move to hire a consultant for the purposes of collaborative team building between paid town staff and elected officials no later than March 2023, the deadline of which is reflective and dependent on current availability for this type of work.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, made by Aaron, seconded by Rob. Okay, and so the motion reflects an intention to make a hire, but in short, we anticipate that it will be very difficult to identify someone on a quick timeline, and thus the motion allows us. The motion reflects that. Go ahead, and any clarification to the motion you would like to make, or correction, Marcia?
Yeah, I'm looking at it and it says motion to hire a consultant for the purposes of collaborative team building paid town staff.
I said between.
Between.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll make sure that the written version of our motion reflects what Aaron offered. Okay. Is there, did I get a second? Please.
Yes, you did. Yep,
Okay.
we're ready to vote.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. All right. We have our consent agenda. Can I get a motion for the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Made by Mary, seconded by Rob, I believe. Any further discussion on the consent agenda? Go ahead, Marcia.
It occurs to me that I haven't seen the warrants. They haven't been coming through for electric signature, and I'm just wondering why that's. Did we just get rid of that? I'm sorry, I'm very tired, but
No, I totally understand. So, and anything that is considered off cycle, like so when we're not when there's not a meeting, we had there's a motion during the organizational meeting that authorizes me to sign that. So I have signed warrants in between meetings.
okay, but I just don't think I've seen any warrants for a while, so I'd like to follow up on that.
Okay, we can confirm. We can confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else? Or can I call the question?
Sure.
Okay. All in favor of approving the consent agenda? Raise your hand. Okay. Thank you. I know that we are exhausted, but we should begin the work of the next executive session for personnel. Can I get a motion?
I move to enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA section 313A3 to review an employee. That's what it says. Is that correct? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
And to invite. I'm sorry, I don't have the motion sheet in front of me. Is that the first motion, or is it two motions? Is it one motion?
There are, hang on. Yeah, there's one motion, but it doesn't have invite. Shall we invite or not invite?
Yeah, we do need to invite the employee subject to the evaluation discussion.
Okay.
So to invite the town manager.
And to invite the town manager.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
By Mary, seconded by Rob. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Put folks in the waiting room.
That was 10:09.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, public session at 10:56. We have nothing further on this agenda item, so we'll move to the next, which is an adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Sure. Second.
Made by Mary, seconded by Aaron. All in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you all. Appreciation.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.